Well, hello again, and it's once again time to return to Palworld. You can see that the day counter has been jumping up instead of sliding backwards, so we're just continuing on with numbers not being real in Palworld. As a bit of disclosure, I have changed two things about my world settings. Um, first I've increased the capture rate. It's now 1.5x, so even though I'm working on higher grade PAL balls, the capture rates are still painfully low, and it's painfully wasteful to just be throwing sphere after sphere after sphere to no effect. So, in the world settings under custom difficulty, changing the capture rate slightly is an option, and I have done that. The other thing I've changed is I've finally remembered to raise the max PALs at base to 60. So, not a big change, that one, but I'm still letting you know that I have changed my world settings. Let's get into it. As a reminder, I do have a channel Discord, and I upload all past VODs to YouTube. So, you can follow me here, you can chase me to YouTube, like and subscribe there, and you can join the Discord for updates on when I begin streaming. As I'm trying to grow my channel, if you'd like to help out, those are the chief ways. I don't really have a specific goal in mind for today. Well, that's not entirely true. I've got a lead on another potential base location, which could be better than our existing mining bases. And I've done some research, and I have another PAL breeding combination that could give us something useful. Other than that, I just need to flesh out my map coverage a little more and hopefully find quartz at some point. I've been trying, quote unquote, to do that for the past 2 or 3 days now with no success. So I must not be looking in the right area. Trouble is, I don't know what area I should be looking in. But that's really no problem. I mean, it's kind of a problem, arguably, but not one that I need to solve right away. Alright, we've loaded in with our own character model, not the default model this time. The base staff have just popped into being. I've also learned that multiple ranches may actually be necessary, because apparently there is a secret cap of 4 PALs in a single ranch, and if you try to go over that, some of them won't be assigned to the ranch, they'll just start wandering around. I need to sell these, so that'll be our first order of business. That is not where... There we go. Put away the one repair kit. Carbon fiber is not being made by anybody. Blue Moon over here is giving us our last few hyperspheres from here. We finally have a decent stock of those. And I think the food shortage here at base may have finally been solved. We'll have to keep an eye on that as things develop. We seem to have a berry supply. So that's good. Flour is almost done. I should probably take that flour and put it away. Lots of flour is available. Fantastic. Charcoal is coming. Doesn't go there. Goes here. Okay. We have our 2 empty slots and our 3rd that we just added for changing the world settings. So, about that breeding combination. That is going to be our Swift and Runner Verdash to preserve those traits. He's going to go straight to bed. We'll have to find him later. And that is a male. And we combine him with a female Cinnamoth. Ideally one without a glut of traits we don't need. Perfect. Ooh, but we could also find... Is Nimble the trait we want? Yeah. Maybe I could also cram Nimble on there for even more move speed. So we'll just put those 2 there in our breeding slots for future reference and wait for daybreak. I say wait, because in the meantime we need to visit our ore bases, not just to make collections, but to get them online so all the pals spawn in. Looks like food here is settled. I don't know where they got that egg, but they can keep it. We don't talk about the lavender. We don't speak of lavender. Oh, is that a copyright strike? I'm sure I'll find out. Bunch of ore there. Here's my 2nd base. In the event that I find a better location, this is the one I'm going to dismantle because this is the one that's more difficult to defend. To our 2nd ore base that we just set up yesterday. We'll take our ore tax out of there. How are these guys doing on food? Oh, these guys are set on food. I'll go ahead and put the cotton candy first so they can eat that and get it out of the way. I'm pretty sure I removed all of the woolly pop from... Nope, there are still woolly pop here. Well, I don't see a problem with that. Alright, now with all this ore, we go back home, drop things off. Yep. Well, looks like our spheres are done. He's now working on carbon fiber. Blue Moon really is an ideal base worker as far as I'm concerned. He may have only Handiwork 2, but Handiwork 2 is decent. And he has only Handiwork, so he's not going to get distracted by going over to mine or to start logging or do anything else you don't want him to do. Alright, I think I'll go to the fishing village to sell things. I always go to the settlement. The small settlement. It's time for a change. I'm going to look around for... Not you. Actually, yes, you. Sell all these unnecessary things. I'm not going to miss the makeshift handgun. It had low durability, and I had difficulty keeping ammo in it. As for things to buy, I already bought the 2 heat-resistant undershirts. And I bought a bunch of rifle ammo for a weapon it turns out I don't actually like. So we won't talk about that. We have a free egg up here. Another scorching. Always with the scorching lately. And then there's this guy. What do you have in stock? Nothing I can afford, and nothing really of value anyway. I mean, the Reptyro would be okay, but not at that price. All of these prices are highway robbery. You should be ashamed of yourself, sir. Now that all those things are settled, we have daytime. So let's get that breeding set up. Because everyone at base should be waking up. Oh yeah, they're already awake. It's too late. Right. Cinemoth. Cinemoth is going over here. And then we want the Verdash with the speed traits. Not you. You. But I can't lift you from here. So let's come over here. Throw you back in the box, take you out of the box, and now get back here. You. You are going to come over here and do whatever it is pals do. Not going to think too hard about that. Have another Vanworm. Definitely done with Vanworm. As it gives me another Vanworm. We'll throw in our cake supply. How much more cake can we make? Only 4. Why? Eggs. Am I gonna eat another Chickapee? Let's see. How's the ranch doing? 1, 2, 3, 4 in the ranch. And I think that's everybody that has ranch products. So I don't need the second ranch. I'll keep it anyway, just in case. The Chickapee really could stand to be a better producer. I don't know if that's even a thing. Maybe we'll have to catch more Chickapee and combine them up. I don't know if that does anything. We can find out together. So that base lead is somewhere in this dark area here. So by filling out our map in this region, we serve a whole bunch of purposes all at once. Get my Swift Vanworm out. And we're going southwest and then to curve up here and just fill out some black. Lots of Masanda in the area. Shouldn't be any surprise that there are Masanda in the Masanda forest. Shocking. Gora Rat. I don't have enough of those. Let's make friends. 10% on the basic Pal Sphere. We'll go up to a green one, whatever that was. Still no good. Go up to a Giga. And I don't mind throwing those at all. I only had one of each. And they were just taking up inventory space. Ooh, and a free Leaf Monk statue. I could also use more Bee Guard. You know what? With all these hyper spheres, maybe it's time. Burn the grass type. Oops, burned him a little too hard. If he hadn't caught fire, I would have been able to make that capture. Why are you running? Oh no. I should have known they could do that. Mine back at base did that once. So now we know of two pals that like to blow themselves up. Bee-Guard and Tokotoko. And of the two, Bee-Guard is kind of unexpected. This Free Pal Alliance has a T-Fant in a cage. I'm not really interested in another T-Fant. Bee-Guards in groups of 2 and 3. Ooh, what's this? Just a Dark Egg. Why are they in packs? Alright, we bend north to northeast. Continue grabbing any collectibles along the way. But mostly we're just here to fill out map data. And Van Worm is hungry, because it can't eat while being ridden. So we will give him, we will give her a break. One day I'll remember the genders of my own creatures. Today may not be that day. A lot of coal here. It's very awkwardly shaped. And that is the Free Pal Alliance Tower, where we fought Lily and Lylene. So that boss tower is dealt with. We'll just Gale Claw over here. I have all of these fantastic movement modes. Why rely exclusively on the Van Worm? When, due to its speed, it's more like a bus worm. Also, he's still way back there. She's still way back there. I guess this is why I don't really mind misgendering my fictional creatures. Their real gender is dummy. Okay, now this is something. Not a fan of the trees, but there's a lot of coal here and enough iron to completely invalidate the other base. Not only that, it's inaccessible. Hello. There we go. 100% with the hypersphere. That's why I made them. Right, this big hill in the middle is a bit awkward. But again, on the whole, I think this is the place. So I'll just put a map marker here for now. And we will deal with that at another time. Because right now I'm seeing 2 leaf monk effigies. And they take precedence. Is that also... No, that's a pair of B-Guard. Well, a pair is still better than 3. And the other one was... There it is. Always like having more of those. It'll be a while before our next capture rate upgrade, because I just managed to get one with 27 effigies. And I had exactly enough. So I don't know how many it'll take for the next upgrade, but the answer is not 3. I have 2 of these now. They are garbage. Whoa. Uh-oh. If they're going to keep doing that, capture is going to be difficult. But at least we're now down to only 1 B-Guard. Never mind. Are there lower level B-Guard that don't have that ability? Because I don't see how I'm going to catch any of them if they keep doing that. That looks like another free Pal Alliance camp, and we have a leaf monk and an egg up here. Okay, they're having trouble with the B-Guard. Just going crazy. I think that's a Toko in the cage. We don't really need more Toko. But if the B-Guard are going to go ahead and reduce the camp population, I see no reason... Yeah, I see no reason not to come after a very weakened camp. I can also try and grab these Gory Rat. easy hundreds. These hyperspheres were apparently worth the price. There goes another V-Guard. And that just leaves this guy. And there we go. Camp's empty, mostly scrubbed by the wildlife. Couldn't have an easier Tokotoko. Alright, now we'll go south, fill out that part of the map. Like I said, while I have many individual goals that are probably inter-contradictory, the main goal right now is to fill out more map space and hopefully find some of the resources that I don't know where they exist yet. That's on the hillside with lots of iron. Oh, hi guys. Fancy seeing you. The landscaping here isn't that bad either. All these interesting pillars of rock. You just know there are going to be things hidden on these granite peaks. Apparently there were, and I already have that one. Getting ahead of myself. This is also an interesting flat plateau area for a base, but there's no resources on it. And then we have another camp, but I can't see what's in the cage. Could be worth checking out. It's definitely not worth running out of stamina and dropping right onto it. Back off a bit, and I saw pink. Was that a Cativa? I don't... No, it's a Ribunny. Ribunny is also not worth our time. I see an egg. I thought I saw a leaf monk over there, but after zooming in on it, it was just a rock. Alright, now we'll drift northeast generally. Maybe I'll see something on this whale skeleton. Oh, like that leaf monk. Perfect. And that formation of weird rocks over there looks like another wildlife preserve. At least it's in the general shape. It doesn't have the squareness of the others, so I don't think it's the same thing. There's effigy, nestled in the heart of that rock spire. Other than that, we have Masanda and Nightwing. Wait, I need more Nightwing, don't I? Ah, stamina. I also definitely need more Masanda. They're a tough fight, though. Oh. Regular Jormuntide. Haven't I already seen a Jormuntide boss on the map? What was that? I have. There are 2 of them. Huh. Whose idea was that? I'm still a little low level to be taking on a Jormuntide, though. An egg at the peak of the spire. Rocky. Don't see many of those. And again, we have just a majestic view. And that looks like another leaf monk to the east. And one to the north. All right, let's get those effigies. This chest too would be okay. Not much in it. I don't know if I need more Dynawesome, but there's no reason not to try. Especially if I can get both of them with this. Alright, that's our 10 Dynawesome. Don't make me seriously fight you, Lamball. Any attack will kill you. I can back attack the sleeping Chickapee. And fail some more. But with over 200 balls, who cares about the opinions of the Chickapee? And now the other Leaf Monk effigy was on a separated island? Over here, I think. Already forgotten where I saw the other one. There it is. No, that's a travel point. I saw it from the spire, and I was looking east, maybe a little northeast. And it's just gone. Now there's this cave that I don't remember. This is probably the most exposed black marketeer on the map. I haven't seen any other black marketeer that wasn't way nestled deep into a mine shaft. I don't think I really have much I want to sell. For purchase, he's got Gale Claw and Fellbat, and I need both. Of the two, I'm going to buy the Fellbat because I can find and catch Gale Claw. Fellbat I have much fewer of, so it's a more valuable purchase in the long run.
Yeah.
What are these? Oh, berries. They looked like something else.
Wow. Yeah.
Did I really just bounce a sphere off a sleeping Lamball? We should not be on this island. I need to find... Actually, first I need to find where that Leafmud effigy was.
Yeah.
Bye! There we go. 10 Nightwings. Wait. I think... Is that the... I don't think that's the effigy I saw, specifically. But it's another effigy. No, that's a different one. There it is. No, that's a travel point. Did I actually mistake a travel point for an effigy? They're completely different colors. And that's a travel point I don't have to the south. Unless it's something else. What? So this natural bridge, that's that. And then further south and west. So I'm looking here? We'll figure that out shortly. First I want this. What are you? Hold everything.
What?
New bird, who dis? Well, it's got a fire tornado. But it's dark type. You're gonna make me work for this capture, aren't you? Gale Claw. Soften him up. Maybe not so hard. Also, where's my Gale Claw going? Oh, I hope those tornadoes don't hit. Alright, now I'll just waste these lesser spheres. If I get a capture, fine. If not, meh. And there we go. Brand new Hell Zephyr. 1, 2, 3, 4. It may be a while before I'm able to investigate that mysterious red light because these leaf monk effigies take precedence. Oop. Stamina. My poor Van Worm just can't manage the short distance flights I expect of it. That's 1. 3 is up there on that spire. There's 2. Hello there. Alright, bird go up. It may not be great at horizontal speed, but I don't have anything better for vertical. And this isn't even the right spire. Whoop. Ah, stop falling. No. Anyway, I want that peak. Oh, and there's another one. Let's grab this one first because I'll forget about it. The peak one isn't going anywhere. I think it's this peak. Nope, once again. It's the next one. And I'm gonna fall again. Okay. Regenerate that stamina. The stamina. There we go. There's that, another one. Let's grab this one first because it's proving difficult, and then we'll slide down and see if that is indeed yet another. And then there's that one. Everything's coming up leaf monk today. That is indeed another leaf monk effigy. What is this lava? Oh, I'm at the weird vertical stripe of capture area. I forget what creature I was checking out when I noticed they were available in this very narrow strip. But it appears I have found the strip. see coal, stone, a little iron. Be nice if I loaded my crossbow. Let's get some ground speed going. I think I see an egg. Nice. We will need to go home very soon because my inventory is getting loaded with egg and chest things. More gory rat, which I do need. We'll use some of these mega spheres. Megas and gigas are just taking up space at this point. As we harass these very strange Goku monkeys. Oh, come on, land the shot. There we go. Another accidental kill. But my Vanworm was dying. I'm sure you understand. But now we can investigate this strange magma cleft. And snatch another leaf monk. There have been a lot of these in this outing. Wixen 20. Or Kelpsy Ignis, but they're only 10s and 11s. So this is an easier place to catch some fire types than the Volcanic Mountain. Now the Wixen is a single Wixen and not a pack of 3. Out of megas, don't care. Excellent. Captured it with a lesser sphere. We also have all these flambels, which again are not in packs of 3 and not level 30. Which makes this much easier. I don't know if I like wasting a red sphere on a Kelpsy Ignis, but it's the 10th capture, so I guess that's worth it. More gory rat. We have Kelpsy Ignis, Ruby, Wixen. Of the lot, I need the Wixen. Apparently, Galeclaw does not let you reload the crossbow while on the wing. Lesson learned. Body shot. shot.
Yeah. Oh. Wah. Yeah. Oh. Yoy.
Alright, another Wixen. I should definitely hang around here and farm up my Wixen count.
What?
With these two.
Yeah.
Which I think are worth using the higher level balls for expedience. Up to 5 already. And there's still so much more of the volcanic cleft to the south. Kelpsea Ignis. I have 10. I see no use for them. If I remember right, they just have like Kindling 1 and no other work skills. I mean, I'd say they're just a fire version of Kelpsea, but that's kind of hitting it on the nose. They are exactly that and nothing more.
What? Oh. Yoy.
We have flying grass. Don't need that crossbow schematic because we have a rare. Get this red out of my inventory. Everybody snack on some bread. And I saw, yes, another Wixen. What up? Come on, I'm supposed to be able to shoot while gliding on Galeclaw. Not immediately drop as soon as I shoot from the Galeclaw.
Wah. Yeah.
Get in the ball. And those are Arsox, which I have my 10 of and don't need.
What?
I like Arsox. Kindling 2 is pretty decent. I thought I heard some other crossbow noises. There's free Pal Alliance up the hill.
Whoa.
Are the Arsox after me? I heard them growl. Why are you running? Oh, the Arsox are definitely after me.
Yep.
8.
Yeah.
9. Step in the lava. With exactly 1 toe. 10. don't know if I still need Flambeau, but we'll give it a try. Yes, Flambeau are still on the menu. I need 2 more. Van Worm, help me out here. That's 8. That's 9. So I need 1 more Gora Rat, and what's going on here? As I was saying, 1 more Gora Rat and 2 Flambeau. That's a dead Flambeau. There's the Gora Rat. And I see 2 candidate Flambeau. There's 1. And here's the other. Alright, I think this was definitely the right area. Level 10 to 20? Who would have thought? There's really no indication. Oh, I should still be... Yeah, I should still be going south. I've caught everything in the area, as far as I know. Unless more interesting things come out at night. And this is a skill fruit tree. That looks... No, it's not bare. I just saw 3 glints. Shockwave. Perfect. I may need that later. Sand Tornado. Bubble Blast. And now it's more than definitely time to go home. These beautiful clear waters. That bright tropical blue and occasionally the tinge of green. Alright, into the Masanda Forest to the southwest, and that'll get us home.
What?
I should have known that. I'm close enough. It's on my compass. That's a lot of bee guard. Oh, they're guarding an Elizabeth. I don't have an Elizabeth yet. Alright, we pass by our 2 mining bases, collect all the ore we can stand, and then go home. That's a good question. The player character's maneuverability by default is not all that great. Pretty slow walking and jumping and such. But once you get into gliders and flying pals, then you can do more or less whatever you want. My big secret here is the Gale Claw. This thing gives me the ability to use it instead of a crafted glider, and it's probably the fastest glider in the game. And that just triggers whenever I double jump, so I can just zip around, and there's clearly some kind of speed boost to it as well. So this guy is just great. And there's this grapple gun, whose primary conceit is that it works even if I have too much weight and can't move normally. And beyond that, there are the pals that you can mount, like this Dire Howl that I specifically bred to be a swift and a runner, for 50% move speed on top of his already higher than normal move speed. And the Vanworm, who can be mounted and flies. And this one also has the swift trait for extra move speed. So early game maneuverability is not that great. You're on the ground, moving, sprinting, but as you unlock further pals and further crafting, such as the glider and the grapple gun, maneuverability really opens up. I have no more room for skill fruits, and might need another chest in here. I don't want to burn refined ingots on it. I don't think I'll need that much space. But another metal chest is certainly in the offing here. Here comes the work crew. Excellent. Now I can stow these fruits. And I think that's all I need to stow in there. I put the ore away. Put it in the right place. Let's just quick stack everything with the R key. And that leaves us with this megasphere and a bunch of eggs. Just so many eggs. Looks like the berry supply is coming along nicely. Those 2 farms, just the thing. We have all these eggs as well, produced from the 8 cakes. So many eggs. These are both for sale later. Lamb ball, mutton, I honestly don't care about. Although I will need some food for myself. Running low on food there. I've got a Ragnahawk. Excellent. Pyron with some interesting traits there. And what are you? A Reptyro. Alright. I'll grab all of these and set them to hatching. Hopefully I have room. Yes, I have room to store those. Welcome in, Chemo. We're just doing some Palworld. Food. Need to do food things. I think I need to do some of this. We won't quite max that out. And that's used up all of mine. Shoulda known. Shoulda known it would do that. I can ill afford to have no food in my own supply. Flour goes in the fridge. Oh. Wow. I did not expect charcoal would be that heavy. And my grappling gun won't fire? There we go. Three, two, one. There, I think? Not quite. Reset the cooldown. Reset the cooldown. Okay. Charcoal goes in there. Now I can move again. I don't know why my Jormuntide is just chilling out in the middle of everything. He has a bed. But I guess he's going to do what he wants. I have all this wool. Why it's over here, I'll never know. But I think just to head that off in the future, another chest over here could be nice. Doesn't need to be a big one. We'll just put that there. The base crew will take care of it. Here we have carbon fiber. Over here we have more spears. Can I make even more? No, I'm out of cement. These guys are going to town on the stone. 2,500 stone. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I cannot raise my mic gain any higher. All I can do is quiet down the game by comparison, which I've done several times. There is nothing I can do at this point to raise my own volume. I guess I could adjust the game down just a bit further. Maybe. All I know is that OBS is at 100%. My mic input at my computer level is at 100% with like a plus 20 dB gain. But I don't think OBS is picking it up at the gain value. Alright, carbon fiber. Something else I want to do while I'm thinking about it is briefly take that guy out of my team. I need to find my Tombats, because there's one specific Tombat. I think I already saw it. It's this one. This specific Tombat is a surprise tool that will help us later. I'm not entirely sure at what point that will become important, but there it is. Now, I need to get that cement going, which I think is this station. There we go. Bone, pal fluid. Yep. Just go nuts, guys. I will need more pal fluids, which is still just a suspicious sounding item, but all it is when you take out a water type, you get that. My Lumoon will get on. There he is. Love this guy. Too handiwork. Workaholic. Never gets distracted. Never goes to bed. Easily my best worker. Alright, I have stat points. HP go up. And Yormantide is cooking the food. They get paid in food and the right to sleep. And I know how that sounds, but that's Palworld for you. They also get to experience the endorphin rush of joy every time they complete a task. I don't make the rules. I mean, I suppose I do make the rules, but I don't make the rules. What I need right now is more of a food supply. Which means I'm going to be pirating spare berries from somewhere. Like half that berry supply? Perfect. While I'm here, how's the ore? I can take that. So this is my least productive mining sub-base. It's a labor camp, let's face it. I do have these wonderful hot springs for employee enrichment, so they don't completely lose their minds. They don't get the higher quality beds because those are really expensive, so they only get the straw pads. They've got their food bin, this ranch full of these green bush goats. I mean, Palworld is weird. The fact that these guys exist is producing berries, which is food for the camp. And then, yeah. That's all I can say about Duma. It's just, yeah. They're miners. They're also fat, derpy seals. The Killamari here, the little purplish squid things, are good at hauling, so they take the ore that the Duma smash out of these rocks, and they carry the ore over into this box. The Daydream here is basically doing the same thing. It's not as good as the Killamari, and honestly I could replace it, but why bother? The camp is functioning just fine. And this particular camp's last member is this thing. We don't talk about this thing. And its hooker strut. let me tell you about that thing. Okay, we'll go over to the PAL deck. It is entry number 69. They knew exactly what they were doing. So here we are. Lovander. Seeking a knight of love, it's always chasing someone around. At first, it only showed interest in other pals, but in recent years, even humans have become the target of its debauchery. Yeah, there's nothing more to say about this thing. This thing is the manifestation of all Pokemon art that we can't discuss on stream. I don't actually remember what Suspicious Juice is. I think I can make it back at base. Anyway, the reason I have that thing on staff specifically is because it has access to the Handiwork skill. And I don't think anything else currently on base has oh well, Daydream has Handiwork. And the reason I want some Handiwork available is because the Handiwork skill allows them to take repair kits and fix up the wall when inevitably raid parties come. And raid parties are just a colossal pain in the neck. At this point, I don't even bother to fight off the raids half the time. Typically, I just let them come up, rush in, bang on the walls, get bored, and leave. And have the crew patch up everything else afterwards. There should be ore in this box. There should also be that food in that box. Why are my haulers on break? I have 3 Killamari and a Vanworm on staff, specifically to carry things. And of the lot, the Vanworm is the best transporter, and doing the least from the look of things. Well, yeah, I think you're right. I think this camp may need another hauler, or, barring that, the least ethical item in the game. Move or dash. I'll get another Killamari in here first. That should help things out. It might also be a food issue, honestly. We'll just continue diagnosing the base before we make any, Yeah, this is part of the problem. Cotton candy, while it restores sanity in addition to nutrition, has the lowest nutrition available. So they're just showing up, snacking on the cotton candy, and then going back to work at half hunger, and coming back the second they get hungry again, which is below half hunger. So we'll just stop using this food entirely. In fact, I'll use that myself. And the Woolly Pop can be retired. I still have a Caprity here to produce berries. That's nice. I also have actual berry farms here, which I can't show you from this position, and my pockets are full of ore. There we go. Yeah, these 2 berry farms So these guys at least get real food instead of exclusively berries from a cavern. I also don't know why the gobfin are moving so slowly. They seem confused. Yeah, it's honestly much less like a Pokemon ripoff and more like the kind of modded Minecraft that I'm deeply into. You build it. At the first you go out and you chop trees yourself and you bang on stones yourself. But at some point you end up having a base that automates itself. I'll get back to that. At some point you have a base that automates itself. You have bed space for all the creatures, and they have a farm that they run on their own, and they do tasks and keep themselves self-sufficient. At my main base, you may have noticed a bunch of production lines, so creatures with a handiwork skill can do work. Okay, now for you. That explains why you are doing so little, because your dumb self is stuck in a tree. The work suitability skills are per creature, and they're hard baked into them at the this is what this creature is. So, Van Worm has Kindling 1, Transporting 3. All Van Worm have those skills, and only those skills. Verdash is a bit more well rounded with higher level gathering, transporting, lumbering, but no farming. So he can plant crops, he can perform work, he can cut trees, carry items, and gathering, I believe, is when you just pick up items that spawn on the ground. I'm not sure. It may also be harvesting from a farm. Which makes me then wonder what farming is supposed to be. Then again, Caprity over here has planting too, so he can plant the crop fields. Farming level 1 might be his propensity to go over there into the ranch and drop berries. That might be what that is. Now I need to do some personal cleanup here because my workers need to recover from cotton candy poisoning and sugar high and whatever else is wrong with them. I also don't really understand why all my tombats are over here. Everyone is transporting. I think they're lying, because nobody's transporting a damn thing. There's just that pile of berries on the ground. Do the berries weigh too much? Give me these. You guys obviously can't be trusted to do your own... I mean, they're berries. Come on now. 70 berries. It wasn't even a heavy load of berries. There's no excuse for you. I'll keep these. No, they automatically transport things to the nearest suitable box. Which, this is the only box in the place. For food items, they automatically prioritize the feed bin. So food goes straight to the feed bin. They can only eat from the feed bin. And then any other object, such as the ore they are diligently smashing their faces into, goes in the box. As well as the inevitable wooden fiber, because some of them get distracted and start banging on trees. I'm looking at you, Verdash. Something else I should probably think about. is getting rid of these trees permanently, because they're just in the way. And the only way to really do that is to place I don't have any stone. Is to place a foundation where the tree is, or ideally where the tree used to be. And then it shouldn't regrow. And to get rid of this tree, I will deploy Mossanda. Don't ask me how this animation amounts to him breaking down the tree. I have no answers for you. But he will break down that tree, and in a perfect world, it will not grow back. It says something about my roster that Mossanda isn't even the most ridiculous creature on it. My haulers are diligently collecting the wood from this lumbering operation. And the tree is gone. Let me put that more specifically where the tree used to be. And hopefully that tree will stay gone, because now it's been stamped out. Yeah, he's doing something to that tree there. No idea what. We don't ask these sorts of questions. That has been one of my taglines regarding this game. We don't ask those kinds of questions here. Yeah, it's got base building. Every object that isn't clearly natural, I have placed. Those walls, the PAL box here is the center of the base, chests. Especially back at the main base. I built this building. The PAL box had to go down first, and it looks crooked because it was placed before any of these other floors were. And then it was, I don't know how long, to place all the floors and the walls and the ceiling. Originally I had a giant gate over here from the defensive wall set, but when the raids come, they prioritize attacking the wall and the gate, and it was a constant struggle to keep it repaired. And that's why I have a stockpile of repair kits and am constantly making more. We've got 130 cement being made at the production line. Yeah, it goes from workbenches to this bleak example of modern automation. Just this completely soulless assembly line. And it's unapologetically called an assembly line. But it allows 3 pals to combine their handiwork skill at once to improve crafting speed. And requires electricity, which conveniently our Sparkit over here is feeding the generator. So that's how that works. Thank you for being an example, Sparkit. This assembly line makes spheres, and that's all it's good for. This one makes weapons, I believe. You can see the guns. So this is my weapon assembly line. And this is my general assembly line, which makes pretty much every miscellaneous type of craft. So we will collect the cement, get extremely overloaded, and be just out of range of the box. Box. Perfect. Now I have 100 jam buns, which should be a better food source for these guys. We'll put that as first in line, because I don't want them eating the eggs, honey, milk, or wheat. That all goes into cake. Cake goes into breeding. Speaking of breeding, how are these eggs doing? They still have some time on them. Nothing in there. Why don't I get some more flour processing, since wheat is good for nothing else? And mills require the watering skill. I've got a couple guys capable of watering. These are 2 of them. So once they're done watering the fields here, one of them will probably come over here and do flour in part-time. This machine also can crush stone into palladium. There is no end to the need for palladium, or fiber for that matter. That crusher does both. What? Is my Yormantide on the roof again? I really need to destroy these stairs. Wait. Oh, there he is. He saw I was coming for him. This is the minor downside of pals doing repairs on your behalf. They very frequently leave repair kits just lying around at random. That Verdash is lost and confused. I don't know how they get outside, but they keep ending up outside. And Yormantide here has a bit of a perching problem when he doesn't have anything to do. He likes wandering around the roof. Occasionally I'll find him on the ground outside too. But, you know, you do you. Aha! Thank you for the follow. Can't quite see who that was. There we are. Thank you, Mac and Cheese, for the follow. Alright, now I'll put these repair kits away that probably Lumoon just dropped everywhere after fixing the roof. Oh, busy day for you? How so? Actually, give me just a minute here. There's something I need to switch on. We will put these back. Okay. Now, life of the base is just going on as it should. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yep. Contagion vectors. Never a happy time. Alright, as predicted, he's done watering the fields, so now he'll work on processing flour. And the other one has come over here to help everyone else. Verdash is inside again. So if that Verdash is inside, what's that one doing? Oh, that Verdash is the one from the breeding pen. I don't know how he's working from all the way over there, but he has no cake, so there's nothing he can do. Speaking of cake, I can make 12. Limiting factor is eggs. That's fine. I may actually need Chickpea and to pull out whoever's making wool at the moment, because I have enough wool. So let's trade the Cremis for a Chickpea. This Chickpea is a diet lover, so he'll consume less food. Certainly an advantage to be had there. And hopefully when they find some more eggs, the eggs will go right back in this slot. We'll move the honey up so they shouldn't get to, because they eat from the feed box left to right. So hopefully they'll chew on their jam buns, get to the red berries, and then when they start eating honey, that's when I know that I'll need to refill things. But hopefully it shouldn't get there with an active berry farm. Anyway, that's enough faffing around here at base. I need to think of something to do out in the world. And one of those things is going to be to build this base and destroy one of my old bases, because this base has better resources and is better defensible. I don't know if I want to do that right away though, because that's just a lot of effort, and the bases I have now are functioning just fine. So I think I'm going to teleport here and do some more map exploration. You destroy them because there's a cap on how many bases you can have. You start the game only being permitted one base, and then you unlock 2 bases at base level 10, 3 bases at 15. And I think 15 is the cap, but who knows? Maybe you can have 4 at 20. And every base level requires objectives, and that's essentially the game's tutorial, because it starts off with things like making the primitive workbench and making the medieval medicine bench and some hot tubs for your creatures to relax in. These giant beds were one of those objectives, and now it wants me to make, as you saw, the production assembly line 2, which I need to find more territory for. Because the production line 2, over here in production, or not, well first I need to unlock the production line 2 from the technology tree. And there's a lot here. It all costs points, but you get points constantly, it's not a big deal. Production line 2 is available at level 42, so next level I can unlock this, and then it's made with refined ingots, circuit boards, and nails. Circuit boards are currently my problem, because circuit boards are made with polymer and pure quartz, and I haven't found any pure quartz yet. Electric heater is just a heater. Don't need that. Electric kitchen. Well, we'll unlock it anyway. Yep, I've been all over this much map, and I still don't know where the pure quartz is supposed to be hiding. It's not on the volcanic mountain as far as I can tell. That's got more of a sulfur vibe. So it's probably up here somewhere. There's still a lot more map I haven't uncovered. The trouble is, this area right here is freezing cold. Desert, you think? Well, there's desert over here, and this isn't it either. This is more of a sulfur area. So what I need right now is to withstand more cold. So I will take my cold-resistant undershirt, replace this defense pendant, and maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to survive the cold zone now. The other problem with the cold zone is that it's a much higher level area, like uncomfortably higher level. Three ingots, 5 refined ingots. That's insane. I'm going to have to build the new mining base before I deal with that. For now, we'll get 30 more hyperspheres on the line. Blue Moon will get to that. And away we go. This will immediately tell us if 2 cold-resistant shirts is enough. And the answer is no. I am already freezing to death. Okay, that cost a lot of health. Just to check that out. So, next question. Where is the cold-resistant armor? Cold-resistant metal armor is right here and costs 4 technology points. So that's what I need to be doing. Gaining some more levels, so I can gain more tech points and unlock that. The way we do that is by filling out our PAL deck. Capturing PALs offers an experience bonus up until you've captured your 10th PAL, and then the experience bonus falls off. I've managed to get my 10 up to here. This guy is a bit difficult to farm because he's a boss or an egg only. His habitat is this place, which is highly dangerous, and there's not much there. So I'll be ignoring him for now and looking for something else to do. This thing is a rare and does not have a habitat. The only way you get it is by crossbreeding Jolt Hog with some ice creature. So we'll keep looking for something I can capture and farm. I believe I was up to Nox. Nox is going to be nighttime only, and it's in a lot of areas, honestly. But I think it's kind of rare. I've been having trouble hunting them lately. Yesterday I spent a lot of time looking and never really found one. This is another rare that only exists if you breed the previous one with a cold type. I have more Celeray than I know what to do with. Ah, here we go, Floppy. I can go after Floppy in this area. Might be something else there that I can farm up as well. So, siren sound of pickaxes. And these eggs that are finished. Excellent. We'll put Floppy on hold for just a moment as we hatch our Rayhounds. What we're specifically looking for in these Rayhounds, and the reason I have the breeding combination that I have, is they need to have both Swift and Runner. And ideally, also Nimble, but that would just be like a cherry on top. Each of those special abilities offers a speed bonus. Yeah, there's a lot of very obvious Pokemon influence to the point where people are constantly asking when Nintendo will sue. But what is probably going to frustrate Nintendo's lawyers is just how quirky the game is. Like, if it didn't have literal guns, and if you couldn't catch humans in the Pal Spheres, then they might have a point. But there are a lot of things about the game that make it very obviously not Pokemon. Alright, you got lost and need to go back into the breeding pen. And we need to look at those new Rayhounds and see what their abilities are. Where are they? What do they even look like? Here we go. Swift and Nimble. Swift and Nimble. Swift, Nimble, and Runner. Perfect. It also has Suntan Lover. Frankly, I don't care. But Swift, Nimble, and Runner are the 3 speed traits that I was looking for. And then these two don't have any of them. So, I'm going to need to unlock the Rayhound Saddle, which didn't exist until I got my first Rayhound. So somewhere in here is going to be a Rayhound Saddle. There we are. 2 points, Rayhound Saddle. I can make it. It's not quite like Mario ROM hacks, because a Mario ROM hack is using the base of the Mario game itself. It's using Nintendo's code and Nintendo's assets. This is all original. This is Unreal Engine. There's certainly some objects that you'll recognize as being like purchased from the Unity store or something. I don't know, but I've seen a lot of the rocks and mountain prims before. The trees may have been store-bought, who knows. But what you can't deny is that the landscape has been very well put together. Okay, Mosanda is going to be retired temporarily. because this swift, nimble runner needs to be on my roster to start leveling up. And I need this. I need this, like, now. Where's my Lulu? Making spheres. That's fine. This is going to take forever. It is no longer fine. Blue Moon, you're being reassigned. No, you are not. I can't pick you up. Why can't I pick you up? Why can't I pick either of you up? Alright, Blue Moon, in case I was unclear, you are being reassigned. Okay. Somebody has taken up some initiative. And now he... Where are you going? And now I can't pick up Blue Moon again. Get over here. You. And now Gobfin is back on it. This is getting frustrating. Take over. Now we're cooking. The reason I was so insistent about that is because Blue Moon is simply a faster worker, and he's given up and is taking a break. I mean, he's not wrong to take a break, but I can't unassign him from that bench if he's on break. Get out of the tub. Come here. And now you can do your own thing. Okay. That was a whole lot of hullabaloo that kept us from exploring the cold area that we can't explore. So I was going to deal with some floppy. Which was here, I think? Let me just confirm. Floppy habitat. Yes, northwest of the red tree area. There's lots of them. Northwest, yeah, that was this area. So we'll go to the ancient ritual site. Finally, back in the field, already staring at an angry Galeclaw. That didn't take long. Galeclaw are jerks. Now there's also an equally angry Robin Quill, which I didn't ask for. Ow. Seed mine. Okay, I'm just having a bad day. I've just arrived and everything is mad at me. Given my reputation at this point, I'm not really surprised. I'm more surprised that they were camping the travel. Get in the ball. Get in any ball. I don't care. Now, as for Robin Quill, Lamball, get him. Love that guy. Alright, don't kill him. We want to capture the thing. Alright, 5 Robin Quill. We're already getting somewhere. I also managed to get the Gale Claw, I think, but I didn't check how many of them I have. Whatever. We're not here for Gale Claw. We're here for Floppy. We're also here just to farm experience in general. So our Rayhound can gain levels. Meanwhile, Gale Claw continues to be a jerk. It amuses me to no end. This Lamball, the weakest creature in the game, is my bruiser. And that's why he came with that skill. Ow. I taught him that one. Yeah, he's got a bit of a static cling problem. I don't know where he gets the rocks, but he's just got that super strength going for him. It's the lightning that he's really good at. Alright, come back before you murder them. And it looks like I've reached my 10 Gale Claw, so I can ignore these. Or kill them. We have Bristla. Let me get my own Gale Claw on this Bristla. Go ahead. Be a jerk in my favor. Or, I guess, don't. I mean, not specifically. They do drop items when killed, but they drop the same items when captured also. So it's basically a consolation prize if you kill them by mistake. Obviously, I'd rather make the capture, but the kill is fine too. And now we have some volunteers. If you want a crossbow duel, I'll give you one. And I'm better. And now you can get in the ball. Humans are notoriously difficult to capture, and there's very little benefit to doing so. I'm basically doing this to be an asshole. Yeah, see, on Galapagos Island, capturing humans is considered inhumane. That has about the same weight as, no, don't, stop it. I would like to wear down this Bristlet, but Dire Howl has a lot of strength going for him. Alright, do I need more Bristlet? This will tell me. Not anymore. I did need that 10th one. But really we're here for these things, which are irritatingly fast and kind of weak. Bristlet, I will kill you. If you don't go in that blue ball, I will kill you. Go on, break out, see what happens. Sometimes they just need to get the message. Oh yeah, I was working on this one. It's dead now. Whoops. Missing with the fireball. Have the thunderball. I could use thunderball. One more of those won't kill it. And now we can go for the capture. 40% is pretty good for a blue sphere, especially on something of this level. Also, I think I'm being harassed by a bristler from behind. Maybe not. Grab all this. This feathered hairband schematic is immediately for sale. It's an older, bad armor item and it's only uncommon. What I'm wearing is simply better. Don't run. I'm trying to catch you. 27% is not terrible for a blue sphere at this level. I have so many blue spheres that I'm perfectly happy to waste them. I think I may need more Cinemoth too. Not entirely sure. Get in the ball. This is the eternal struggle of Palworld. Get in the ball. Now I'm poisoned, and now everybody needs to get in the ball. I've got enough balls for everyone. Alright, there's my 10th floppy. I no longer have to care. There's just this Robin Quill now being a pain. Alright. Meet Van Worm. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens when you join a fight you weren't invited to. I hit you with a type advantage. That's honestly maybe one of the things that Palworld may be in trouble for when Nintendo gets around to suing them. They call their plant creatures grass type. So some of the more obscure typing parallels might get Palworld in a bit of trouble. You can't exactly claim copyright on fire, dark, and water, or normal for that matter, but grass is kind of an unusual thing to call plant-type creatures unless you're obviously pulling inspiration from somewhere. I see something. I don't know what it is. There's two things it could be, and I want both. I am now certain it's not a leaf monkey effigy. It's an egg. Eggs are still good. It's a frozen egg. I don't see very many of those. Now we have Gale Claws. Let's just not bother with the Gale Claws. Gale Claws do not understand the purpose or concept of live and let live. You know what I can do, though? Well, first of all, I can go grab that pink egg. But then we can pick a fight with this boss, Battalia. I should easily be able to handle a level 28 boss. And ideally, capture it. Though accidentally killing it is certainly a possibility. These leaf monk effigies take precedence over all else. They're used to increase your capture rate. Given how frustrating capturing can be, especially with lower level balls, they are indispensable. Now, as a reminder, I may be considered cheating a little bit, because in my custom difficulty settings I increase the capture rates by 50%, so things are 50% easier to catch for me today. I will keep mentioning that every now and again because I believe transparency is important. Right now, though, we have this thing. Let's give it some, since it's grass type, let's give it some fire. It's not hostile. I don't know of very many bosses that aren't immediately hostile. I guess that leaves me to take the first shot. Now, Redworm, get it. We will queue up Lamball for later. Lamball is not an amazing match against a grass type, but he does have several very powerful attacks. We'll just chip this thing down. Here comes Bubble Blast. Van Worm is dying. We'll get Lamball out. If Lamball starts charging up lightning, we're going to withdraw him, because that would be too much. I'm just keeping an eye on Lamball. Alright, that's enough. Blue Ball, 0.3%. Up to 4% from the 50% of Judgment and Leaf Monk effigies. So we'll go up to Mega Spheres. 3% up to 14. Still no good. I will throw them anyway because they are weak and taking up space in my inventory. If I get the capture, that's just fine. There we go. Now I've got a boss, Battalia. Yeah, in terms of addictiveness, it really is up there with Minecraft. It's got the automation and the progress that you can do. You can clearly set goals and reach them. And it's got all the cute animals that you can capture and I suppose, press gang into indentured servitude. We won't use the S word, but let's face it, that's what it is. Put things away. Pelt armor schematic is garbage. I can cook some chicken. Do I want to grill the Gale Claw for me or stew it for the workers? I think I'll keep it for myself. And that means Jormuntide is going to have to get off the roof. Here he comes. This guy's only job is to provide flame to my various cooking stations. And he is very good at it. Watch this progress bar. Done. That's it. He's already done. Eggs are still egging, but this one's done. A ruby. I guess we'll put this common egg in here. And hopefully I have room for... Yes, I have space for more egg. This stone needs to come out. Wood and stone go over here by the production stations. They can get infinite lumber from here and infinite stone from here. You need both. Wood is a bit less of a concern at my stage of the game, but stone will never stop being a problem. Now I have this palvium and honey to also store. They're eating the jam-filled buns, berries are being produced, lots of eggs, nice to see. Maybe I should make some more jam buns for them. $110 using all the flour? Fine with me. There should be more flour. Almost as much as I just used. Now, foodstuffs decay. They all have a timer on them. And when the decay timer reaches 0, one object is lost from the stack, and the timer restarts. You can prevent decay by putting them in a fridge, like this one. Unfortunately, that doesn't work on its own. The timer is still going down. So in addition to having an icebox of some kind, you also need an ice-type PAL assigned to it to perform cooling duties. And then I've learned they just don't do that. They're supposed to do cooling duties, they just don't. They will for like 10 minutes when you first assign them, and then they give up and start wandering aimlessly around the base. So what I need to do right now is sell these things to get them out of my inventory. Blue Moon looks lost. Buddy, you need to get down. I'll take those spheres, and you're stuck. It must be faced. Pals are dumb, and their pathing is bad. They do their best, but the pathing algorithms in this game are not the greatest. Anyway, what's next on the agenda? I'm not exploring north until I get cold armor. I've lost technology points because I unlocked the Rayhound saddle, so now I'm further behind in my quest to get that cold armor. That's going to take 4 points that I don't have. So what I think that's going to mean is I need to farm Hoocrates. Let's see, where is Hoocrates? Yeah, a search function would definitely be nice. I would love to be able to just type in a name and get there. Hoocrates can drop the high-grade technical manual which gives you a technology point. They are nighttime only, and they're everywhere, including in this area where I also need knocks. So, let's point ourselves northeast and go cause some problems. I've got my Dire Howl, which is my current mount. It has 2 of the speed enhancing traits, Swift and Runner. So he moves at a really good clip. He is an early game creature though, so he has some stamina problems. Definitely needs more of a stamina bar that he simply does not have, and his jumping is atrocious. Oh yeah, Dire Howl is speed. At least in the early part of the game, because he has another trait that increases. I'll show you. Over here in Party, can be ridden, moves slightly faster than most mounts. That is his defining trait. And he has Swift and Runner for another 50% speed on top of that. Now I'll sell all this junk that I needed to get out of my inventory. It's a decent amount of cash. Now what I've done, using the same stock I used to breed that Dire Howl with those traits, is I've just created this guy. He can also be ridden. He can double jump. He's electric type, so he has a better skill set, including... Oh, that's nice. He has Shockwave already. Let me first replace that with anything, because I want Shockwave on left click. Spark Blast, I'm not familiar with. I think he wants Stone Blast, and then it's a toss-up between Spark Blast and Wind Cutter. Well, let's see what Spark Blast does first. I have to get off and back on to reset those changes. Spark Blast. I mean, that looks great, but it's actually kind of terrible. Because it's unfocused, there are big gaps in it, and it can hit a lot of targets that I'm not intending to. So, given the option, he can have the Wind Cutter. We'll reset that. Now let's see what his speed is like. Honestly, nowhere near as good as the Dire Howl. I may have wasted some cake. Well, not really wasted. He's still a pal I didn't have before. Also, it looks like he may have more stamina than Dire Howl, so maybe not a total loss. And that, whoa, this makes it worth it. That is an incredible double jump. Dire Howl barely gets off the ground. Okay, my Dire Howl has been replaced. This is a level 13 cavern. I don't want to do any more of those. They're kind of insultingly easy. Mounts. But dead. I don't have a weak enough attack to not kill Chicopee in order to capture them. Oh yeah, let's get out of the water. This is not a water mount. He will lose stamina and die. Whee! Oh, not quite. Not quite. Here we go, though. No? Let me up here. Yeah, Dire Howl would never be able to pull this off. Anyway, it's daytime now, so I will find neither Hoopertes nor Nox. I can add some more of these to my collection. The orbing will continue until compliance improves. Don't you bounce. Oh hey, we've also got a boss sweeper over here. Another very goofy and strange creature. Ice type, so it's a candidate for running freezers. Not that anyone cares, because no one ever does freezer work. What is... Oh, there's more sweeper I didn't see up here. Now, a bit about typing. It is almost, but not quite, the case that all PAL types have exactly one strength and one weakness. Almost. Fire happens to be strong against two things. And that is the only exception. So there's Stone Blast. Get the Wind Cutter. And Shockwave would be nice if you just stay closer. Every time I go in for the Shockwave, he jumps backwards to make that ice attack. There we go. And now we'll get you in a ball. You're only level 11, and I only needed one ball. Rushore are interesting creatures. I have enough of them, but they are capable of mining. Only low-level mining, though, so they're not used in many of my mining camps. They're only good for stone. But you can ride them, and while riding them, you can have them charge ore nodes, and they break down the ore nodes that way. Back attack. Throwing a Palworld creature from behind has a capture bonus associated. It's rarely enough on its own, especially with a lower level spear. But I would have liked it to be. Oh yeah. I'm also collecting chickpea to try and condense them. They're also too weak to weaken. It just dies. Alright, fine. If you won't get in the ball, you can stay here permanently. Fall damage is not real while mounted. Alright, well if you won't get in the ball, I won't bother you any further. I have better things to do than argue with a chickpea. Like collect basic blue Palworlds off the ground and race up a cliff. I think I have my 10 Dinosaur, but I'm going to check. They are somewhere down here. There you are. Yep, I have my 10 Dinosaurs, so I don't need to worry about these guys. They are interesting, but in my opinion, not really worth loading up on. Of course, I keep throwing balls at more lamb balls and chickpeas, so what do I know? Alright, there's a chickpea anyway. This thing, the T-Fant, is a remarkable, if unassuming, creature. It has a very, very special talent. As far as I know, it's one of the only things in the game that can heal. Palworld has no healing items that heal health. None at all. If you want to restore HP, you have only two options: T-Fant and lifesteal. And there are only two sources of lifesteal. One of them is the pink thing that we won't discuss. The other one is Felbat. Back attack, back attack. These guys are only level 2. Maybe I can sneak up on... Well, I can't sneak up on them. But maybe they're low-level nature. Will prevent them from breaking out. The answer is yes and no. I'll harass this Chickapee too. And it broke out. If you won't get in the ball, you can get in the ground. This is ominous. I think these dire howls are... They're either bodyguarding the tansy or planning to eat it. And now the tansy is swimming. I think we're back to we don't ask these kinds of questions. Alright, have I gotten anyone on tech points? No, still only one. So what I really need is for it to hurry up and get nighttime. And I'm in the wrong area anyway, drastically. These two islands up here might be better for what I'm trying to do. So let's go east, find a travel point, go home, drop stuff off, and we'll head back to these northeastern islands. Oh, I'll have to show you Fox Sparks as well. Fox Sparks is the one creature that sold me on the game. It is so unbearably ridiculous. Alright, almost 200 ore. Our labor camps are working very well. Now we'll go to the second labor camp. Grapple gun over here since I'm too heavy to walk. Another 150 ore. Making these two camps has been invaluable for keeping an ore supply. Because ore is simply too heavy to effectively manage yourself. Drop off all that ore, and what else can we drop off? A bunch of things. These are for sale, these I hold on to. This is foodstuffs. We'll just consume the bread. Bread is a food, but it's not a very good food, and it's everywhere. Yeah, your inventory, every inventory object has a carry weight, and you can spend character points to improve your carry weight, which is essential. Some things have very little weight. Eggs are kind of 10 pounds each. Ore is awful. One piece of ore has a weight of 8. And you need hundreds of it. Hundreds and hundreds to accomplish anything. eggs to put away, or eggs to hatch. So we'll take some more Rayhound. Nimble and unstable, not too good. Runner, bottomless stomach. That's terrible. Bottomless stomach makes it eat more. Swift, runner, nimble, stronghold strategist. I think that's the same as the one I have. No, the one I have is suntan lover, so it decreases incoming fire damage. Stronghold strategist. I don't remember what that does. We'll have to go look in a minute. I think Stronghold Strategist might be better. We have a Robin Quill. And a Nightwing. So, what is Stronghold Strategist, and do I care? 10% increase to player defense. In amount? That's a pretty nice skill to have. So my Rayhound, my existing Rayhound is already level 23 just from hanging out with my guys. So I will just replace it with the new level 1 with the better traits. We will pull this Dire Howl out, which will leave us mountless for a little bit because I don't want to risk this guy. He has too little health to be used as a mount currently. But I want to show you this. Here we go. Oh, get out of there. Any of these guys will do, really. Probably not this one, because as a lucky, it's very large, so that will kind of poison what it looks like. But I'll grab this Fox Sparks 17. Now, Fox Sparks, like many pals, has a partner skill that requires you to craft an item for it to work. In Fox Sparks' case, that is Fox Sparks' harness. And if you had time to read that, you know what's coming. Fox Sparks' harness activates a skill called Huggy Fire, which looks like this. I'm armed with a fox. Doom! Now I can't actually use any other pals in this state, including pulling out my Galeclaw Glider, because if I cancel Huggy Fire, then it goes on cooldown, whether or not I've used all of it. Oh. Apparently I can't even throw Pal Balls without that happening. Lesson learned. Goodbye, Land Ball. You should have gotten in the ball. Okay. Let's go put this guy back and get someone else in my roster that has more utility. Like the Free Pal Alliance Devout that we captured earlier. Surely he will be useful. After all, he's got a gun. Well, a crossbow anyway. Unfortunately, he is not able to use that crossbow. He has the punch skill, and that's all. Capturing humans is useless. It's a lot of effort, and I simply don't recommend it unless you have some specific kind of war crime planned. And really, it's just not worth the trouble. I have a lot of land balls. This is a staggering amount of land balls. What I kind of need right now, though, is that Musanda that I put back. Which one? 1932. That's going to be the one. We'll come over here. This is actually a gacha game machine. Because what this does is it allows you to sacrifice pals to increase the rarity level of another pal. I mean, this one's it's straight up a star system. So we know where this is going. Now, as for which land balls to sacrifice, it almost doesn't matter. I'll prioritize ones that have no traits or negative traits, or unimpressive traits. But really, since I have to sacrifice 16 to get to 2-star, prioritization kind of falls off. So I kind of want to keep the artisan skill and maybe the runner skill around. Oh, I have my 16. That's why I won't select anymore. This destroys those 16 land balls to improve the stats of mine. Who is a coward, by the way. He has a negative trait and he's still on my team. Let's also do the same with Rayhound, with all of his excellent skills. This one will keep because Swift, Runner, and Nimble is just too good of a skill combination, and maybe I can breed that into something else. Nimble Swift, Nimble not Swift, Nimble Swift. These guys have all failed. This is the lesser known part of Pokemon you were never told about, the eugenics.
What?
I make lamb ball kebabs with the lamb ball we've slaughtered. Grilled chickpea with all the chicken that we've slaughtered. Our Yormantide Ignis will get to that in his own good time. Our cake has caked. Why did I allow these to be empty? Well, let's focus on the small eggs with the least hatch time so we can start clearing out the egg bin. Also, it'd be nice if these things were where they're supposed to be. But our guys don't always do their jobs. 2 stone, dump it, don't care. And we need a new goal. One thing I would like is I was somewhere. I don't remember where, and I saw a cave dungeon that was level 40. I thought it had a, I was almost sure it had a travel point right by it, but I don't remember where that travel point was. And I haven't gone back through my own videos to find out because it's, let's face it, 8 hours of content, and I'm cutting that for highlights, not looking for things I've forgotten. What was that noise? T-Fat. Alright, now I thought in this southeasterly direction I had seen another unlocked travel point, which honestly would be on the map if I had. But that orange glow is kind of unmistakable. So we're going to look for that. In the meantime, I have found this. Early access, by the way. Clipping isn't real. Alright, and it's nighttime. So I should also be looking for those Hooperties and Knocks, like this guy. Perfect. And he's dead. They do drop leather, which I'm sure is very nice. But I'm looking for the high-grade technical manuals. Normal, you can have this. Get that out of my inventory. And for sale, you have... you have all the same things that every red merchant has. These wandering red merchants are standardized. Whoa. How long have you been there? Pal merchants, on the other hand, have a small randomized stock of assorted pals. And I don't think I need any of, well, I could use a gobfin. And for 5,000, do I want more lumens? If I could figure out which one was the Swift Work Slave, sure. But that display bugged. Was it you? Now it just won't show me. So one of these two Blue Moons is actually pretty great, but it won't tell me which one, because the side display broke. Thanks for nothing. There's the far off. The noises that this Rayhound just made on summon and mount, I don't know if I care for. It makes this obviously more of a dog, whereas Dire Howl is obviously more of a wolf. Oh yeah, it's got a bark. So there's a tech point for unlocking a fast travel area. And who are you? Giant scary pal attacked us. Chewed up and spit out humans like they were toys. Go to the base before night comes. You can't win at night. And he's going to give me 5 Paldium fragments. So this guy is another starter area. Yeah, when you die, it gives you a very... When you first begin the game, you start here, specifically on this coast. And you make your way up to the Plateau of Beginnings, and there are maybe 2 characters you can talk to by the time you get into the main game proper. And one of them is one of these kinds of guys that kind of yells at you about how scary the world is and gives you 5 Paldium fragments. When you die, you get a very broad menu of spawn points on pretty much all of these small outer islands, and also down here. And every one of those spawn points has largely low-level pals in the area, and one of these, I guess, semi-tutorial guys who, yells at you about how scary everything is and gives you 5 Paldium fragments. Hello, more chickpea. Nice. Both caught. Then we have Leaf Monk, Kativa. These are Flack. It's a beaver duck with fox ears? I don't know. We're back to we don't ask those kinds of questions. Wee. Mamarest. Yeah, big boy. I definitely need more of those, and I don't really mind picking the fight right now. As a grass-type fat boy, he doesn't like fire. And Vanworm has all my fire. Alright, I've seen the damage you do. You'll kill it if I let you continue. These things are also very stubborn capture-wise. That is 3% with a basic ball, and you see how low its health is. Up to Megaspheres, the second tier of ball, that's still only 11%. But I'll throw these anyway, because they clutter up my inventory. Now I move up to the spheres that we're crafting. 68%. Allegedly. Nope, it got him. Six Mamarest. I want this fast travel point, because that's another way we can unlock technology points. Finding and activating fast travel points. And this will get us to our cold armor. These statues, and I have one at home, are where you spend Leaf Monk effigies, and they increase your capture power. That's why I've been so fixated on collecting them. They also have an enhanced pals feature, wrong button, where you can spend pal souls to improve their health, attack, defense, and work speed. I haven't done any of that. I've got the souls at home, but it's one of those kinds of upgrades where sure you could do it and it's a good idea, but you don't get the souls back unless you pay a lot of money to respec. Alright, let's get ourselves another Memorist. Hello and welcome in. Oops. I guess that's fine. There will be more Memorist. Okay. I guess that's happening. Well, I'm getting by, you know, just trying to... On Twitch Whisper. Well, I'm probably streaming, so I can't see those right now. Let's see, north... Maybe I could get that Jormuntide, and... if I get that Jormuntide, then I'll actually have a decent water that I can work with combat-wise. And that will help me out in the volcano area. Oh yes, I do have a channel Discord now. The link for that is down below. If you scroll down the main page where I have my streaming window, you can see that. Along with my YouTube link where I upload all past VODs. Let's see if I can find myself a safe place to stand so I can quickly check that whisper. This is turning out not to be a very swift process. Oh, I see. You were one of the artists. Well, I'm still going to have to turn you down on that. I've had an artist offering me custom channel graphics every day. Every day a different one, and I'm just not in a financial position to order any commissions. I'm still beginning to grow, and I can't justify that kind of investment at the moment. More chickpea. Bully the chickpea. Now this Jormuntide is further in this direction, and I should not be using the Rayhound for this. It's not great on the water. So let's switch up to a flyer and look for that Jormuntide. It's also not good that our flyer is fire type, since Jormuntide is water. And, well, where is it? There he is. He's a big boy. Alright, we have Water Dragon. Water is weak to electric. Dragon is weak to ice, I believe. And I have no ice. But I do have electric. That's not electric. He is. Prepare our larger spheres and pick a fight. He's only level 45. This may have been a mistake. Lamball is already almost dead. I should know better than to pick fights above my level. Ah! That is the same thing my Lamball does, just not electric. Alright. Masanda, we need to join forces. Come here, buddy. Masanda Bazooka. It does 4 damage. This is not the right creature for this. It's dying. We'll risk Rayhound. Rayhound is at least... Whoa! Rayhound is dead. Rayhound is dead. I'm about to get hydro pumped again. Manworm? Can you do anything? Rayhound is going to attack the bee guards that... Oh no. It's time to leave. Because bee guards can self-destruct. And Jormuntide is a bit more than I can handle right now. So I have lost both my mounts and been reduced to being on foot. Nowhere near any kind of travel point. I mean, in theory, yes. There is multiplayer. I'm not sure how good the multiplayer is right now, but I'm also not currently open to collaborating up with people on stream. I mean, maybe off stream, but the whole engaging with the stream and the chat while also having to engage with someone who I'm playing with, I get overloaded easily. I am heading the complete wrong direction. I'm trying to get here. And I'm going north.
What?
What the? This is a second life level error. That's just flying grass. That's some of the grass from this rock that just decided to go up into the sky. That is also flying grass. Who built this sim? They have this grass perfectly on the rock, matching every contour. And over there, it's just kind of in the air. that's an egg. I don't want to go that way for an egg, because I need to get southeast to the fast travel point on the next island. And Gale Claw here is currently the only thing I have that goes faster than walking, because everybody else is dead. Can I even cross this? Also, what is that? What is that? I'm going to have to explore that when it's possible to reach it. But right now I have to cross this water, and I'm not too excited about that. Not with a bird glider, and that's all I've got. Maybe I can cheat. That is not exactly the speed boost I thought I was going to get, but I should at least make it before I start drowning. There we go. And then there's this guy. Who is not exactly above my pay grade at the moment. I maybe could take him, but I'd want to take him with a full team. And maybe some active fire, which I currently do not have. Let's try this trick again. So the trick I'm trying to do is something that was discovered. If you grapple gun, switch weapons while you're flying with the grapple gun to cancel use of the grapple gun, and then glide to maintain that momentum. So I do something like that, and it didn't work at all because I still hit the tree. That's the basic idea. Never done it before. There's some more chickpea for condensing later. And the fast travel point is close enough that it's on the compass. We are now at Flying Egg Rock. I pointed this place out in my very first stream, I think, maybe the second. Another example of questionable level design. That's an egg. Just, it's flying. And this rock doesn't quite line up with the terrain. But this is technically old news. We do want that, though. our travel point is up here. And me without my bird. Gotta get up the old-fashioned way. Come on, stamina, don't fail me now. Stamina failed me, that's why I can't jump. Okay, now that our stamina's full and I can jump again. What's this? Oh, Desert Runaway. That's another one of those tutorial area guys I told you about, because this is also somewhere that you can spawn after death. So, we are going to go home. Straight home. Not to either of the ore bases, because I don't want to trigger a raid somewhere I can't defend with corpses in my team. These guys go in the box. That'll be 10 minutes, and then they'll be fine. So I guess we're just going to bop around base for a while our unfortunate mounts recover. Open some of our presents back at home here. And what else can we stick in there? 5 more, I think. Oh, we'll get this dark in there as well. Large damp. And put the rest back. Pack everything away. These 2 types of spheres are basically junk. I'd rather use them than just destroy them. More food. Grill the Memorest. Grill more chickpea. I hit the wrong button again. There we go, all 3 of them. I need to get more cake into here so I have more ray hounds to condense. So you can have the cake. Where has the Cinnamoth gone? Cinnamoth is missing. There it is. I really don't understand how pals keep getting outside. Cinnamoth. No. No, get back here. Get back here once. Now it's apparently nap time. Well, fine. Now then, about that Cinnamoth. I can't pick it up. It's having breakfast. No, come here. You belong over here, where you've been assigned. Boom. An egg immediately. These guys are still dead for 5 minutes. And these are already cooked. Jormuntide Ignis is a very fast chef. He's just sitting pretty on his bed because he did that so fast. Make more cake? We sure can. I have this cook fire specifically for cake. That's all it does. And let's see. This isn't doing anything. Flour is coming when the gobfin feel good and ready. I don't really want a dedicated waterer. I mean, their transporting capabilities are also good. You always need more transporters around the base. Inventory's looking good. How did I run out of berries before other food types? Do I not eat left to right in my own pack? For now, since I have 2 dead pals, maybe it's time to begin breaking down this base and building up our new ore base. Future-proofing, as it were. Whoops. How did this happen? Put him down. So we will grab everything out of here. This is going to take a while because there's a lot to break down, a lot to transfer. It all has to go home before I can build up a new place. Also, it doesn't bode well for my game performance that I teleport here and they just kind of are paralyzed for a while. Anyway, let's begin by removing all of our workers from base staff. Without the miners, activity should fall off, and I should actually be able to bring things without them constantly refilling the ore box. That's heavy. I just watched my carry weight jump up when I broke that down. So we'll put all that in this box so I have it for later. Yep, instantly full up on carry weight. It's the stone and cement mostly. And if I remember right, that should be basically everything important. So we need to get some wood and some stone, but not enough to completely overwhelm us. There we go. Basically full up on wood and stone. No, we're not ready for that. The problem I'm having right now is that some base objects can only exist near a base. So when I destroy this PAL box, certain things will just cease to be. And I won't get the resources back for them, so I don't know what those objects are offhand. But the wise thing to do is just to break everything down manually first. We'll get the rest of base staff into the box. And now that's... oh, and our guys are alive. Also, where did these come from? Egg hatching. I didn't know they'd go there. Well, now we have our mounts back, which should make it much easier to get to the target base location since it's kind of up. And now the only thing of value left to destroy is the metal chest and the PAL box itself. These walls represent a bit of investment, but honestly not enough to recoup, I don't think. More effort than it was worth. And these floors are kind of the same story. It's just stone. Out goes the chest. And if I destroy the PAL box, I will suddenly lose all fast travel capability. Pop. There it goes. I don't know where all that space debris comes from. Well, if that's back to our other mantra, we don't ask those kinds of questions. So our closest travel point is, I guess, west, though east looks kind of equidistant. So we will point ourselves west. And get on our way back home. Yeah, the sound effects are nice too. Like, I cannot fault the sound design of this game anywhere, except maybe Rayhound, which sounds more distressed than happy to be a mount. I'll always take one of those. So yeah, there have been some accusations of this game basically being an asset flip. But you know, I don't care. Because it's the most well put together asset flip I have ever seen. Look at these vistas. And I don't even have draw distance maxed out right now. The green thing was a leaf monk effigy, which are used to permanently increase your character's capture power. Kind of a big deal. I never pass those up. Right, we have to go here. So I think this is the nearest. And what time is it? Get back aboard the Van Worm. This is another boss arena. This one specifically is a Valet at level 38. I don't have a Valet yet. That would be new. Maybe we'll come back for him at some point. I have not. So yeah, it's basically around the time that I usually go on my first break. You know, put the stream on pause, deal with the dog I'm taking care of, and find myself some lunch. So I think a good time for that would be when we arrive up on the plateau here, so I can begin building as soon as I get back. There is indeed a puppo. He is a little menace. Why are there Mosenda up here? Why are they running from me is the better question. Do I seriously only have 3 stone on me? What? Yes. That's disappointing. Anyway, I need a PAL box so I can get back here easily. And it's being very strange. Why will it only place in the ground?
What?
And then with the PAL box placed, we can see this blue circle that denotes the boundary of the base. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure this doesn't happen, because if the boundary goes too close to the cliff, my pals will wander off the cliff or spawn off the cliff for no good reason.
What?
But it looks like I have that problem on both sides. So I can't really move the boundary. So the more important thing would be to make sure I have all the ore nodes comfortably within the boundary. So to get this one, it has to go a little further east. Let's make sure that doesn't interfere with these nodes on the west. Yeah, I can push it east a little bit. First PAL box placement is always a little bit finicky. And now I can't place it anywhere. Here? There we go. 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 I mean, I guess. Now the boundary definitely goes off the cliff in this direction. I should be able to see it. And I'm cutting off several of the iron nodes. This is definitely not ideal. That is terrible. What I need to be able to do is place a foundation to put the PAL box on. Say, there. But now I have no stone to build the PAL box itself with. Is there anywhere that I could quickly harvest stone from? I'm seeing a lot of ore. No, I think I'm just going to have to be disappointed for the moment and head back home for more stone.
What?
So I wanted to be in a good place to pause, but we are not. So I am going to grab this and be mad about it, go home, and have a bit of a break there. Blue Moon is hungry, which means he's trapped outside the walls somewhere. Don't care right now. I need some paldium and a lot more stone. And to put these eggs away. I will deal with those eggs later. Right now, we will be going on a short break while I make lunch arrangements for myself and deal with the little monster behind me. So, I'll be back in 20 to 30 as per usual. I'll see you then. hello again as we return to more Palworld. Picking up where we left off. Let's not look at that until the graphics load. Picking up where we left off, we've just loaded back into the game after a bit of a pause. It needs time to shake off the rust, spawn it everything again. And we need to carry more assets to our base. And our Verdash has come unassigned from the breeding pens again. Which one is it? It's you. Wait, no. It's one of these things. Oh yes, I broke down the base you remember. That base was over here on the plateau of beginning. I have now moved and built my own fortress over here. This was my first sub-base. I've since expanded it. I had a mining base here for a while. It's gone now. Now I have a mining base here, and I'm working on another one over here that is not up and running yet. Right now I just need my pals to remember the jobs I assigned them to. And I will collect some stone and go over and do some work on the new base, which needs to get built up. Get some more eggs in here, just to have something going on. And is that too much stone? Nope, I can carry that. Now, on to the new base location. I'm probably not going to regret not visiting my two more bases first, so my pals there can spawn in and begin working. But I really need to get this online. At least insofar as to, at least far enough to get a teleport point going. I see 2 leaf monk statues. I'm actually doing something that's a priority over leaf monk effigies. It's a first time for everything. And there's a pair of bee guard up here. That's going to be a problem. These things are trouble. I'd like to catch them, but they have this nasty habit of exploding. 2 B-Guard capture. Whoa! Elizabeth! I didn't even know that one was here. I just accidentally deprived her of her guards. Excellent. First, Elizabeth. Alright, now we can do what we came here for. And apparently not build this. I don't know why it dips into the ground like that, but it needs to be roughly in this area. I'll try a wider foundation. This is hideous. The flagstones are every which way. And I can put a PAL box on a platform like this. Well, that's good, and it's also not. Because now it means I have to care about the orientation of all these stones. Alright, these are all arranged in the same direction, I think. Get the PAL box down. And before actually building it, I have to look at the boundaries. Which I am not seeing. Where the heck is the base boundary? Here it is. So here's our circle. It is far enough in this direction to capture all the ore nodes. This would be so much easier if it wasn't dark. And then it goes behind the coal nodes and off the cliff a bit. Off the cliff a lot. We do not want it off the cliff because our pals will just merrily get lost. But we don't have any room to move it that way. So it's going to have to be off the cliff, and there's nothing I can do about it. So these coal nodes are important to the base construction here, as are the iron nodes on that side. So I probably should not have built this diagonal to both of them. Okay, so now properly facing the various ore deposits that we are focusing on. And we'll try the Palbox thing again. Southwest border looks good. East border looks good. Kind of nudges off the cliff a little bit. Hopefully that's not an issue. Northeast border catches all the coal. And we are off the cliff here. So I've basically got it in the same place. Alright, Masanda, get to work. Now I've got a Pell box and a chest. Somewhere the ore isn't, I'm going to need a sleeping area and food production. So I think that's going to be down here. We'll just make this basically a standalone platform. And I can start packing all my building supplies into this box. Masanda, meanwhile, is knocking out trees in the area, which is very helpful. Although I'd like him to pay attention to this one. Now, I don't really know how to get foundation under some existing staircases. I might have to get really fancy with it. And just kind of guess. It's not perfect, but it's walkable. blocking this area off would also be nice. Then again, no. They'll get stuck under there. Because they are dumb. You know what? If we get this tree out, then I don't need these stairs. I can build out this foundation. And use this as a lower infrastructure kind of area. It all hinges on that tree disappearing, though. And there it goes. I think Mosanda is still attacking the stump. No, there's no stump there. Okay, so now we have 2 levels. And I can start placing beds. And I'm out of fiber. None to be had here either. So it's time for a few things, and one of them is not that building expedition. I need to go home and start delivering materials. But once I get all the materials that I've been holding on to into that box, then everything will be fine. I think I'll just take, oh, I don't know, practically everything. It doesn't really matter that I'm now overloaded. I have a grapple gun. We don't need this marker anymore. Put everything in here. And now, rather than deploying all these guys, I'm going to deploy a bunch of temporary workers. Lumu would be ideal. Here we go. Let's get the temps in. Go forth and build. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 2 more. Or do I? I don't know. 7, 8. They're in the way. Come on, guys, clear out. Nine, 10. Move. Move. $11, $12. Apparently I'm going to need some transporters and some lumber crew. Let's cut down to 3 Lumoon. Who can really smash trees? I have something in mind. Gora Rat. Is every Gora Rat a hooligan? Dinosaurs are also good at lumbering. I was actually thinking about this war sect, which is something ridiculous to deploy just for trees, but I don't care. I think this staircase sends the wrong message. Oh yes, please walk directly off the cliff. Yep, let's continue getting these trees out of here. We're going to need a feed box. Which I want kind of central to the work, so this looks like a good spot for it. I'm going to need berry farms, and I didn't bring berry seeds. I think I'd rather the berry farm option than the Capritine. Because Caperty Ranch is going to be a bunch of space taken up. And there's really no way to get one on this awkwardly shaped plateau that's this close to the feed box. So, pop home and get some more things. Soon this base will be fully operational. I just need a supply of berry seeds. And these berries in the feed box so they don't lose their minds. Lamball. Stop being dumb. Okay, so I need 4 more beds. And everybody's going to get in my way. So that will be a slow project. Berry plantations. One. And they're all in my way again. I can see a pattern forming. On the whole, though, we're getting places. Logging is happening. Base is slowly being built. They are attacking a non-existent tree. Okay. Everybody needs to get the heck out of my way. We'll put Masanda on that tree. On this tree. And I can build the other plantation. And so these will make berries to go into the feed box to keep the miners fed. I'm going to need room for the 2 hot springs, which I'm thinking will go over here. Oh, I built these stairs. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. 15. 15, 16. We'll just have the gory rat descend upon the place, clear out all the trees. Absolute monkey madness. Cut everything down. And the plantations are crooked. Come on, boys, get these trees out of here. Don't ask me how this roaring animation counts as woodcutting. Are we okay on tech points? We have enough tech points to unlock the cold armor that we wanted all this time. I can also unlock Production Assembly Line 2, which is necessary for later. I have no idea what they're cutting or where the wood is supposed to go, but I'm not going to ask these kinds of questions. I just want the trees gone. Well, this would be worlds more efficient if I had my my own axe or a pal that I could use to chop wood manually. I just don't. That's a nice build speed, considering how long that usually takes to make. I'll just buy another health point. If I can find some more lumberjacks to cram in here. blaze howls can cut trees. They also eat like crazy. Bushi cuts trees? It's news to me. I don't care how you do it. I want these trees gone. Even if it looks like some kind of eldritch ritual. I guess it's now bedtime. Just immediately bedtime. There's the other high quality hot spring. Once all these trees are gone and paved over, I think I'll be ready to get the miners in. Although this is not cool. Can I sneak another foundation under here? I seem to be constructing a bit of a ziggurat. These blaze howl are huge. I've never seen one up this close before. Nighttime is kind of wasting time, though, so let me get into my bed. Oh, look at all these nice eggs. Another daydream, don't really care. Pen King, that's a nice one. Another Hang You. They're a bit goofy. And this one will be done in about 20 seconds. Here we go. Cold resistant armor. 40 refined. That's going to be a problem. But that's a problem for future me. For now, we return to daylight, and hopefully these guys get back to work. Half of them are dead. What happened? I looked away for a moment, and now they all have major injuries and are incapacitated. Where are Warsect and the missing Gorarat? I'm gonna take a guess and say they're off the cliff. Well, don't see them down here. Where are our missing monsters? What? How? No, seriously, how? Apparently some of our workers have suicidal ideation. They're just flinging themselves miles from the base. Well, let's reset the bodies so they're back at base and someone can take them to a bed. Okay, so my work time cuts the work. My contribution cuts the time to build to 1/3. So it's good that I stay here for a little bit. Kind of funny to watch the monkeys hammer. Yep, get these trees out of here. And I guess I'll expand the foundation so there's less chance of you being stupid, and oh look, I can't. No building in space. guess I'm just going to have to accept that sometimes these guys go rocketing off into space for no reason. I don't know what trees they're logging at this point, and I'm afraid to ask. I just want this tree gone. Why can't you make that happen? Do I need even more woodcutters? I can only fit one more woodcutter. But I can make it a second Astagon. Or Warsect. A second Warsect. You'd think that all these guys would be able to take out at least one tree. Excuse me, can you at least focus on the tree I want gone? Hit the tree. Good enough. More on this one tree. How did I fix its assignment to coal? It can't even mine. Get on the tree. No, that is not what I said at all. The tree. What are you doing now? Tree. There we go. What is this tree made of? Come on. Everybody. Everybody. Get on this one tree. All pals, big and small. This one tree needs to go. No, not Cole. Where are you going? Get the tree. The tree. Tree. I didn't say Cole. I said that tree. The tree. I think I may have assigned the maximum number of dues to this tree, because they are just not... I can't pile any more guys on it. None of them have even hit the tree at any point. Get the tree. Not the copper ore. Now why can't I dismount? Get off the Masanda. Tree. 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 Is this tree even real? Okay, new plan. I'm breaking a lot of stone and coal. But the tree continues to stand. And I've dealt what looks like horrible amounts of damage to my base. I guess I'm just going to have to admit defeat. The tree wins. The tree wins. Well, let's unassign all of our temp workers. And we'll get the real crew in. These guys are miners and waterers, so they can contribute to keeping the food going, and they will get the ore gone. I don't need Caprity, since I'm not going with that method. I'm going to need the Killamari for transport. Daydream. Nah, I don't really see the need. The Lovander can still go in case of repairs and things. Now we just need planters. Mamarist can plant, log, and mine, but they eat a ton. Petalia can plant. And they don't eat much. Excellent. So we now have a planter to seed the gardens. Do we have anyone that can harvest the gardens? Maybe Killamari can. Maybe Petalia can. I still don't understand the what the harvesting skill is. Because this is gathering. I don't know if that's the same thing. I think the only way to really find out would be to look at everything that I know has ranching products and see if that's what this... see if that's what the farming icon is. I have a lot of Vanworm. Wixen also have some pretty good skills. I might want some Wixen at home. You know, there's always Tombat miners. I'm not really seeing anything else of great interest that I could put in. How do I have more Leespunk Ignis than regular Leespunk? That's pretty wild. I don't even really know where regular Leespunk come from. I get another Killamari in here. And you know what? Maybe put the Daydream back. There's no reason not to. Maybe I could even build a third berry plantation as a just in case. And it fits right by the other two. Now I am hungry, but I'm out of food. That's not a good position to be in. But with that, it looks like this base is online and mining. We've got transporters transporting, Duma doing the mining, as well as Tombats. That thing. So it's just like the old base. And they've got their hot springs for sanity regen, just like the old base. So, let's grab everything and take it back home. They're out of repair kits. That is a thing that happens from time to time. I'll just order some more. Oh boy. We're out of fiber. Well, I'll just order some more. With all of the ridiculous amount of wood that we have and don't need. I also could use some more flour, I think. Production of armor is proceeding. I could make some more pal spheres. Oh, but they take wood, which I just summarily dismissed. Oops. Lots of foods here. Pretty much all of them require hunted meats. Maybe I could do something with omelets if I make it a tomato farm? And there's salad. which is made with lettuce and tomato. I just need to solve my own food problems before I become a food problem. That's just going to involve stealing half these berries. Berries are not an ideal food source by any means, but they're food. Repair this helmet. Not going to bother to repair the armor because I've got better armor coming. Ingot situation looks good. What does it take to build that assembly line too? This one is, oh yeah, circuit boards. Still behind on circuit boards. Everything is waiting on circuit boards. Now let's check the other ore base. I haven't taken a delivery from here in a bit. $556. Ha! That's really nice. And how are you doing on food over here? So many berries. Berry overload. I will steal a great number of those. Because you're making them faster than you can eat them. Let's just transfer this stuff to the big box. That's what it's for. I'm carrying over 200 pounds of berries. Our Jorman tide has somehow ended up outside. He's got things to cook in here. He can't lollygag about. I am actually in the unenviable position of being out of wood, which is something I never thought would happen. Solved that. Where is Lumoon? Lumoon is hungry. Lumoon is definitely not inside the base. Oh, it was a phantom tree. Let me actually look at the... not here. What am I looking for? A survival guide. Da 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 da. Radial menu? Oh, I knew about that. Press 4. Elements. So this is the typing chart. Everything has one weakness. Fire has 2 strengths, and only fire. Neutral has no strengths. So I got my Rayhound. Rayhound is good against water. Bad against ground, so I'm glad the Rayhound has a grass attack. I'm missing a lot of ice. I have practically no ice attacks in my whole team. Well, I have water and earth skill fruits. I don't have any ice skill fruits. These jam buns are ready, which I'm going to take half of, and half can go in here. Ah, my armor's ready. Cold resistant refined metal armor. So not only cold resistant, but an upgrade. It has cold resist 2. And if I put on one thermal undershirt as well, you can see my temperature gauge down by my health bar has that blue thing on the far left, that little blue section. If I add this, that little blue section goes away, so I'm now immune to cold. And I don't need this this second undershirt, and I can take my defense pendant back. The heat-resistant metal armor can be sold. Because when I need heat resistance, I'll just make heat-resistant refined metal armor. Cinemoth is hungry. Why is Cinemoth hungry? Because Cinemoth has found a way to go through the wall.
What?
Remember, in Palworld, collisions aren't real.
Yep.
Neither is anything else. Collisions aren't real, numbers aren't real, nothing is real. These guys are not yet out of cake. I need more high quality cloth to make that. But here's the repair kits. Let's make some more repair kits. I simply have no repair kits. They were all used while I stored them here. So the repair kits can go to the brand new base. Put them in the box so they can fix what I destroyed with Masanda's bazooka. I know I've got some here that have handiwork. They can do repairs. And with that settled, now we finally go north. Alright. I get to laugh at the cold. But not this thing. Not laughing at him at all. Ice. Fire is good against ice. Yeah. Roast it. But don't kill it. Now we have a foxicle. That's something else brand new. Finally, I can play in the snow. No, don't you run away. Bam! Whoopsie. It died. We have ore. Ore is everywhere. Nice little frozen lake. See how nice this looks? It's just a lovely little spot.
Wah.
And now we can finally explore the cold area. So that's what it takes. Being literally immune to cold. we go. It's just gonna be Hyperball time. Was that a swift Chillet?
What?
I got a sulfur deposit. Why is there sulfur on the frozen mountain peak? That doesn't seem to fit in with the theming. We're back to iron ore again. Alright, let's go further north. Oh, there's a nice looking statue over there. And what looks like another boss portal. What is this statue? Oh, it's some kind of horse with wings. Sealed Realm of the Pristine, level 40. Pass. I mean, I could take it, maybe, but my team can't. Without my team, I'm not going to be able to take on anything. Ooh, what is this? Rain drinks. It looks part poodle with those big floppy ears, ear tufts. Just be careful not to finish it. No, you get in the ball. Raindrix has antlers literally made of ice, according to the description. So that is, the level 40 boss is Sibilix. No idea what that is. We're just going to ray hound around this mountain to fill out the map. Oh yeah, we are work. I hear something. Level 45, Shiny Foxicle. This is going to be a mistake, but I will dare it this time. Yeah, that's all ones for damage, and Van Worm is getting destroyed by attacks of his own element. I have made a mistake. I must go. My people need me. I was never here. You never saw me. Off we go. that is how you correct the error of biting off more than you can chew. Hop on the fastest thing in your arsenal and get the heck out of Dodge. Or B-Guard. I really do need to catch more B-Guard and hope that they don't explode. Like that. Whoop. Found some FPA. Free Pal Alliance. Aggressive humans. And more of them. Did I catch all my Gordervat that I need? I think so. No. Oh, Mossanda. I know I need more of those. And the Gordervat have also become hostile. Alright, you want to fight? Vanworm has type advantages against both of you. Alright, I don't need any more Gordervat. Get in the ball. I do need 7 more Mossanda. Is that an Elizabeth? It is. Lots of B-Guard and Elizabeth in this area. This is the opposite of the direction I want to be going. I want to go north. Keep getting turned around. We are going... Well, that explains why I kept getting turned around. I ran out of terrain. Not sure why there are socks up here. Seems like an odd place to put them. I definitely saw a leaf monk right over here. So I will take that. Get back aboard my bird and continue going north. We have more Caprity. And Raindrix, but the Raindrix levels are climbing. Aha! This looks like something very new. That was southwest. So there's a fast travel point. And finally, this is just ore. Finally, we're seeing quartz. Also, the temperature over here isn't even bad. This isn't even a cold area. Quartz at last, quartz at last. Thank the map we have quartz at last. So I know this is an ice egg. This is a damp egg. Level 30 plus Pengalet. That's something I never thought I'd see.
What?
I can see that pure quartz is going to be a problem too. It only weighs 5, which I think is about as much as coal. But I'm still going to need a lot of it. Ooh, Malchrist. 2 Malchrist. No, don't run. It died before I could capture it. Venworm has betrayed me by being too good at his job. Her job. One day I will stop misgendering my creatures, but today is not that day. Mazarina is hungry, which tells me Mazarina is not inside. Get back in the base. Finally have pure quartz. More junk bread. Schematic that's junk. A bunch of eggs.
What?
How is the egg situation? Swift Runner Nimble Botanical Barrier. more Rayhounds, and this huge verdant. We have a huge verdant egg and a huge frozen egg. Very interested to see what those turn into. If that huge verdant egg is just another Verdash, I'm going to be a bit disappointed. Because I already have a whole bunch of those. Speaking of Verdash, we have another Verdash that's hungry and outside, stuck somewhere. It is, of course, the one that's supposed to be in the breeding pen. No, no, come back here. It's too fast. Alright, flour is coming, fiber is coming. That's a good amount of fiber, I'll take that. You. Do I have the right one? No. I need this one. Get back over here in the pen. You have 3 more cakes to get through. So now I can finally make circuit boards. But not enough of them. Because first I need to make polymers. I think it's time to make better spheres. We'll start with just 30 Ultra Spheres, which is very expensive on refined ingots. But hopefully with our ridiculous ore bases, we can hack it. Or not, because we don't have much in the way of coal. I guess I'm going to pick up coal. Another lumber piece would be nice in here. Huh. Gora rat. If they weren't hooligans, they'd be perfect. Seriously, why does every Gora rat have to be a hooligan? I can also see getting a Wixen in here. If I had one with a favorable trait. All I have are unfavorable traits. Huh. Bushi wears many hats. This Raindrix can do, but it's a hooligan. Dinossum eats too much. But I have 2 workaholic Dinossum. Yeah. I have no Gora Rat that aren't hooligans. Robin Quill, maybe? It has multiple talents, including lumberjacking. Cognito can lumberjack. That actually comes as a bit of a surprise. Well, can always put the deer back in. Mossanda. Yeah, Mossanda and the deer have similar. I mean, they're both level 2 lumberjacks, but Mossanda also can wear extra hats. And they eat the same. But this diet lover Aether deer will eat less. So we'll do that. And that will get someone over to the lumberyard. We have a finished Greyhound egg. You know what? I'll hold on to this one. Because I have this huge frozen to put in. Polymers are coming. Alright, let's get up to the new base. Drop off all these repair kits. Let's see what we can do from here. There are repair kits. Well, if no one's bothered using the repair kits, it can't be too bad. No one has made my spheres. You are slacking off. Oh, he's been permanently assigned. Yeah, we can't have that. No, stop that. Why are you waiting to craft nothing? Alright, might as well check on my leaf monk situation. I have 22, I need 31. I can add this site. That's huge. I guess the silo isn't going back here in the little boost corner. I can stick it back here and no one will care. There we go. Get that built. That'll boost planting speed here. I've got my polymers. And I need to go sell things and buy Palworld, which is down here. I think that was actually the red merchant. Actually, a different red merchant here. I'll take that egg. Here we are. First off, selling this junk. And then buying high quality power. Everything I can fit. Because among the things that aren't real in Palworld, money isn't real.
What?
Of course, this should be known, because money is but a number, and numbers aren't real either. And we're gonna have a raid. It's been a while since we were last raided, so I'm actually not too miffed about this one. However, what do you want to bet these things are level 40 or so? We've got Lee's Punk, Incinerams. Yeah, they're level 40. And we have Vanworm Christ. So I'm fairly sure all of my base pals are about to die. All of them. Because I do not have the power to fight off a level 40 raid. All I can do is keep them distracted so they can't do too much damage. Because if they're knocked down, they can't attack. I just have to keep this up until the raid is over and they go home. Come on, don't you know when to quit? Alright, they're leaving. Unfortunately, I see a really big pileup of my own creatures. Over here for some reason. Really? Syndicate thugs? Level 4 syndicate thugs? You got distracted by this? Okay, who's dead? Looks like I only lost a Chickapee and now they have to take Jormuntide. Jormuntide's got to be dragged back to a bed, and Chickapee needs to be dragged back to a bed. Okay, that's much better than the last raid. Our last raid killed everyone. I need more milk. Well, other than that little hang-up, today has gone exceptionally well. So, what to do next? Maybe collect some more quartz. Or Palworld? Well, one thing I need is to also make heat-resistant armor, so I can go back into the desert. We have learned it's impossible to be sufficiently heat and cold resistant to survive both temperature phases of the desert. Or is it? I now have cold armor. I can take 2 heat-resistant undershirts. Maybe this will be enough for the desert. We can look for more pal oil. I also need more pal fluids besides. Because I'm basically out of those. So let's get back to Investigator's Fork. Yeah, Investigator's Fork, northeast of the desert. Poke around there for a bit. See if the temperature starts killing us again. Also, I think this guy has lost one of the attacks I told him to keep. Yeah, I said Wind Cutter. Anyway, northeast to the desert, flying high with majestic jumps. Ignoring Tokotokos. They are more trouble than they're worth. I do need more Hangyu. So, the expedition begins. Pretty sure I don't need more of those. Yeah, I'm all full up on Grimace. Oh, the Tokotoko are getting in on it. And preparing to explode. Gotta go. Greyhound is dying. We can't have that. Nope. Get this bomb bird away from me. What is this? It looks like a dead Tokotoko that's also spewing smoke from its butt. I think we're back at we don't ask these kinds of questions. Okay, so my Greyhound is nearly dead and needs some time to heal. We can get more dig toys. I think I only have like 3 of those in my decks. Sparkets? We're full up on Sparkets. Hey, you. I have a Masanda. Whoa! And it died. Accidentally killed the dig toys. Now all I'm seeing are Tokotoko and Sparket. Oh, here's a Dumud. I don't need more Dumud, but they're good. Also, I think this is coal. Anubis. 47? That's too high. I will not survive an encounter with Anubis. I am looking at some Hangyu. Stop running. Maybe nice dig toys as well. What is Keep Throwing Wind Cutter, which despite its name is a grass attack, which these ground types are weak to. And we have, okay, naturally occurring Lavander. Just what I wanted to see today. Technically, I do need more of them. Whoa. They throw poison. And in the ball they go. These are hang you. Perfect. And we're farming. We are collecting more of the beasts we need. Who puts a chest under what is obviously a terrain glitch? I missed. Twice. Get in the ball. Will our pal team have some snacks? Where are we? New territory, technically. We have a Lavander and some Syndicate thugs. Just 4 more. Fuddler. I have enough Fuddler. I'll have to retire Rayhound for a minute before he dies.
Yeah.
Vanworm is not the best substitute because Vanworm can be a little indiscriminate. I am seeing two leaf monk effigies. Make that 3. Nothing over here in the rocks. Oh, there's one right here. That's a Bristla, don't need those. And the other leaf monk effigy was back this way. Inventory space looks like it's doing fine. I think it was up here somewhere. Oh, nope, it was right here. Well, I'm seeing Robin Quill and Cinnamoth, so I don't think this is new territory. It very much is not. I've gone too far south. Although, I do need more Robin Quill. I think. I'm not going to pause and check whilst things are shooting at me. This'll do. Alright, now we're looking for Robin, Quill, Cinnamoth, also Floppy. We have Floppy. We have Bristla. I need Incinerounds. I have neither. We have our Cinnamoth. Robin Quill we need. More bees. I found Foxicle. And This thing is pretty majestic. I've got Rayhound exclusively through breeding. These aren't what I'm looking for. I need more dig toys. A few more Lavander. Venworm Crest exists. And there's this thing. I've only seen this as a boss. Kelpsea Ignis is done. Kelpsea is not. These things were over in the volcano. Huh. Any more Relaxaurus? That's why I don't have any. They have a very small habitat. Only a couple Broncherry. They really don't do much. Level 3 planting. I mean, this could be good. Increase carry capacity for a mount. Reptyro. Improves efficiency of mining ores while mounted. How do you mine ores while mounted? Fanglow, Orsect. Did I completely miss Robinquill? There it is. I need more Robinquill. Actually, I passed and pointed out that I need more Robinquill, and then I probably forgot that I had done so. So that's on me. I see Stormclaws, Cinnamoths. That is a Robinquill. From above. I missed. And as a reminder, I have increased my capture chances by 50% in my game difficulty settings because it was just painful, and spheres are too expensive. Why am I still going south? Okay, if I turn northwest, I can clear up that little bit of black water. Oh, there's a chest. I overshot the chest. There's no coming back now. There's this, though, which is a fine consolation prize. I got that little black bit. I can bend south and fill out that little bit of map. Wait, what's this? It's a very small pool. A nice little tucked in area. Kind of a cool place. Shame there's nothing hidden here. This would be the perfect place to hide something. That is some up. That's too much up. A thug camp. I've gone way too far west. This thug camp contains a Jolthog Christ. I need that. Alright, now cover me. Okay, back east. Long jump, not quite long enough. Down we go. Oh, hello, other Van Worms. Many, many other Van Worms. This is a pretty cool plateau. There's nothing here in terms of resources, but it's a pretty nice place. Ooh, more woolly pop. I don't think I've captured my cap of them. Oh, that's my Van Worm. I couldn't tell if it was hostile or not for a moment.
Yeah.
40%, by the way. But as we know, percentages aren't real. Alright, you can get in the ball or you can get in a hearse. That's what I thought. What level is this? 19. That's at least better than 13. Let's see. Alright, let me clear up that area of the map right there, and then I think we will shut down early for the day, because I'm expecting to have quite the busy day tomorrow. So let's just get over here, grab this leaf monk, ignore that egg. And find a way home. Oh, look at all this iron. Alright, let's take ourselves up to the Cinema Forest travel point. We can finish up base business at home and consider signing off. Wait, I'm collecting ore deliveries, but nobody is mining coal. Also, a couple of my pals are dying. Stop dying. And who was hungry? One of these guys. That one. Does coal require mining 3? Well, let's trade one of the Dumud for a Dig Toys based on that assumption. Unless I want a Reptyro. Reptyro have mining 3 and consume 5 bread worth of food? Dig Toys have 5 bread worth of food and mining 3. Yeah, I'll grab this Reptyro. You can come down here and focus on this coal that nobody is touching. And I think I will replace another one with the Dig Toys. Alright, that should finally get me some coal out of here. Now I apparently have another miner that isn't eating. You reset. Do what you need to do to get food. Jeez, guys. Now we'll bounce off of this ore base. They have been very productive. And with that, we go home. Put away all there is to put away. I have a bunch of mushrooms for some reason. Fully popped cotton candy I can just destroy. It's no good as a food.
What?
How's the eggs? Greyhound, good trace, not good enough. We have Swift and Runner on a Greyhound. And the rest of these eggs are just going to have to deal with life. I can't pick up any more eggs until some of these start hatching. And these guys have run out of cake. That's fine. I think I can retire them as breeders. They have more than done their job. Also, I'm going to have to start selling pals again because I only have 2 open slots left. But with that, and these gear repairs, well, that gear repair, I think I'm all set for the day. So, I will not actually see you tomorrow in all likelihood, because I have some things that will be happening here that will keep me offline. But Sunday, surely, I'll be back in action with more Palworld. So, until then.